We'll call to order this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Thursday, September 8th, 2022. This afternoon, our invocation will be given by Chaplain Milton Smith from the Palm Harbor Fire Rescue of Palm Harbor. And as he's coming forward to the podium, I ask you to remember some special folks in our community that we lost recently. One of our leaders that we've known for years, who's served our community for pretty much his entire life, the Reverend Watson Haynes. He went home to a better place recently, and we want to remember his service and time in Pinellas County. And someone who was just starting his journey, young Ethan from Largo High School. We want to remember Ethan today as well. And as he comes forward to offer the invocation, we also will never miss an opportunity to remember the victims and families of those that suffer from September 11th. We should always continue to remember the families and the impact that had on their lives. Reverend Smith, thank you for being here.
First, thank you to the board for allowing me to pray with you today. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you today with a heart of gratitude. We are grateful for your bountiful blessings that you have given to this beautiful county. The beauty of the sunshine as it reflects upon the waters of the Gulf, the rain and the rainbow, the breeze and the heat, all are wonders of your great work. This county, Pinellas County, a beautiful place to live, work, visit, and enjoy. We ask for your continued blessings. Bless this Pinellas County Board of Commissioners who have the awesome task and responsibility to govern such a wonderful place. Grant them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding as they make decisions. May these choices be for the good of all people. We pray for the county staff, the field workers, and all those who keep us safe each day. As the anniversary of September 11th approaches, we remember those who lost their lives and pray for their families. Bless our local first responders, law enforcement, firefighters. Be ever present with them as they protect us. Now we ask your blessings upon this meeting today. Grant peace and your grace. It's in your glorious name we pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have one proclamation this month, and I'd like to invite Jacqueline Ballard, the CEO of the Intercultural Advocacy Institute Hispanic Outreach Center, and the board members of the center, Ismael Torres, Virginia Cavedo, Dr. Griffith, Jonathan Arellano, Maria Pepe, to join us at the podium. Please come up here. Thank you. Pinellas County fosters the values of respect and appreciation for our diverse and multicultural community. Over 10% of Pinellas County population identify as Hispanic. Pinellas County recognizes the rich heritage of Hispanic Americans in our community. Hispanics across the U.S. have made significant contributions in the cultural, health, justice, military, and social fields, among many others. These achievements are especially honored every year during the months of September and October. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that September 2022 be recognized as Hispanic Heritage Month. And I'd invite Jacqueline to come and make a few more remarks.
Thank you. I'd actually like to invite our president, incoming president, Ismael Torres, to say a few words.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for having us here today. I'd just like to say, so as more Latino Americans are born in the U.S., it is important that we never forget where we come from. Hispanic Heritage Month is an opportunity for us to reflect on our past, celebrate our successes, and work towards a better future for our children and their children to come. We celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize the achievements and contributions of Hispanic American champions who have inspired others to achieve success. We celebrate diversity, our individuality, our cultures within the culture, and within the Hispanic community. That is why it's an honor to serve as a board member with my distinguished members here today for the Hispanic Outreach Center, where we strive to make a difference in the lives of our youth and our Hispanic communities. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
We'll now move to our citizens to be heard section of the agenda. Folks will come forward to the podium, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. First is David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Good afternoon, David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The Constitution has a secrecy clause in Article 1, Section 5. Shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret that the Declaration of Independence is calling this a candid world, is calling this the present history of the King of Great Britain, labeling this an arbitrary government, as pretended legislation here to eat us out of our subsistence, as perfidious and cruel, citing a long train of usurpations in pursuit of absolute destruction of all ages and conditions. So, shh, don't tell anyone that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, under this Constitution is the secret establishment of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings are being manifested currently and secretly, intent on giving rise constitutionally to an ill-defined water jurisdiction insurrected as a district not exceeding 10 miles square. Article 1, Section 8 continues to proscribe the bankrupting of the water supply uniformly to capture water and land as reprisal, while so-called naturalizing water jurisdictions imposted under the 14th Amendment, seen as its jurisdiction, intent on birthing itself as a ship of war, deceptively docking its vessel assailed from Article 1, Section 10 of this Constitution. Such constitutional secrecy, fraud, and betrayal is nonetheless seen as an insurrection, as an invasion, recognized as an act of piracy, as felon on the high seas, and as an offense against the League of Nations, as revealed again in Article 1, Section 8, to include such rebellious behavior as constituted under the 14th Amendment to such felony in apprehension of such militia of sorts, whereas such rebellion as based against the League of Nations shall result in your privileges to habeas corpus shall be suspended. Thank you.
Mr. Greg Pound. I'm calling the names. If you want your 3 minutes, now's the time.
Greg Pound, I'd like to read out of Psalms chapter 8, the last verse, verse 36. It says, he that sinneth against the truth and Yahweh's law, and hate, all they that hate his truth, okay, wrongs their own soul. You can read that. It's in Proverbs chapter 8, verse 36. You know, I wanted to speak on the issue of what's going on. Do you know I heard that Pinellas County is the second county in the United States of America that has the highest single mothers in the county. And do you think that's an accident with the court, the family court, what they did to families in Pinellas County? Do you know that when you separate the children from their fathers, the boys become women and the women become the men? I mean, you can look at it. You can see what the situation is that we got. We have a situation now that's so bad with our young people, the fatherless generation, and this is what we have. And so you just look at it. You look what they're doing. They're slowly eroding the foundation of our families, our children. You know, Corey just got out of a drug rehab for 27 days. Comes out on 11 pharmaceutical drugs. 11 of them. That's insane. You can't make this stuff up. And this is what they've done to the children, the next generation. And the white culture has gotten so bad. I mean, you look at what the American Indians wrote. They said when the white man came into America, they came in like a snowstorm. They said they covered everything, the mountains, the valleys. He said there's so many white people that came into America. And so what you got now is you got the extermination of the white culture, the white people. They're pushing abortion, homosexuality, perversion. Look at this new czar they got for the smallpox that Biden appointed. The guy's taking pictures of this pendulum on his shirt, the satanic pendulum, and he's a flamer, a flaming sodomite. I mean, these are our people we have as our leaders. And our country is just internally being destroyed. And you guys, the big thing is money. Did you see what China and Russia is doing to do away with our dollar? What them two countries are going to do to try to eliminate the petrodollar? Because you guys lose your money, that's what's going to happen. I mean, and I've been waiting for that. I've been following it. You see the corruption we've got. I mean, how long is Karen Seals going to be in here? I mean, it's just a real sad situation. We got illegals running our system, and you guys all support them. You work with them. You're not standing up for our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, the truth that this country's been built on. You're compromising. You're all compromised for money and power. You're on a power trip, and you're compromising, and you're destroying our foundation. You're destroying our families, biggest dollar, and you're not stopping it. You're giving them money to do it. You've given DCF, you've given Planned Parenthood the money to come in and to rape our families, destroy our children, spread drugs all around, turn them into a bunch of zombies. We got a zombie culture now. Why is it all white people at the gay pride parade? Go look at it. All white folks. I mean, what are they doing to you people? I mean, is it worth it? Is it really going to be worth it?
Time is up. Corey Garlew. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Garlow, and came here originally. I was going to speak about some topics. You know, some of the things I have to speak about are there's not too much you can do about it at this point. But one of the topics I wanted to speak about is a plague that's sweeping across the nation and perhaps even the world, which is fentanyl. And I'm 33, and most of the people, except for my grandfather that have passed away, have all overdosed and died from opioid overdoses. And the practical solutions haven't worked. I've been through drug rehab, and even the administrators and stuff like that, they all still get high and stuff like that. And drug use has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Even the dolphins, they'll pass around toxic pufferfish, and they'll chew on it to get high and stuff like that. So practical solution, we'd have to literally legalize and regulate these drugs, because fentanyl, I mean, for a good majority of my life, I've been a user, and it's scaring the living daylights out of me, because it's, you think people use them like, oh, just in moderation, or you deserved it because, you overdid it. But some of these people that are overdosing and dying, they have absolutely no idea that what they're taking, So to regulate it and to sell it, for the government to do that would probably be a practical solution. Quick topic I just want to get into your guys' minds. It's something a lot of people don't want to talk about or feel uncomfortable, is that humanity is not in a very good place right now. We're on the cusp of World War III. They say 100 nuclear bombs going off would completely screw humanity. And on top of that, we're going through climate change. We need to find a solution to that. Because to be honest, with the Drake equation, they say in our galaxy there's about 36 civilizations that we could currently contact. And if our species were to wipe itself out due to the fact that corporations can't keep their wallets out of our atmosphere, we would be probably the biggest laughingstock and embarrassment to our entire galaxy before we hit interstellar travel. Scientists recently found out that marine animals from the equator have been fleeing, and typically before a mass extinction, that's what happens because the waters are getting warmer. This is an issue that's not going to go away. It's literally an existential crisis, probably more so than nuclear warfare. And, another crisis that we're facing, which a lot of people don't believe it, we're hitting 8 billion, and Elon Musk even touched on this a little bit, is we're going to face an underpopulation crisis. They say by 2064, our population is going to start drastically declining. So that means we won't have, unless we find solutions with artificial intelligence, we won't have, the citizens and humanity to run society as it is. I just wanted to touch on a couple topics, get my concerns out. And thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Garlow. Ted Morris?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Major Ted Morris, and I represent the Salvation Army in Clearwater. My wife and I are the directors of the Salvation Army in North County, but I represent here also the South County Salvation Army located in St. Petersburg. As we all know, many people in our community are facing challenges in paying rent and paying their utilities and trying to put food on their table. And as rent rates are increasing, people are finding they have to make the choice whether to feed their children or whether to pay their rent or whether to pay their car note. And so I'm here to say that we want to partner with you in the Salvation Army to come alongside you to help you to make the people in our community have a better living experience. We think Christmas in the Salvation Army starting in around July. And so starting on October 1 to 14, we are opening up our Angel Tree website, which is easy. It's saangeltree.org, SA for Salvation Army. And people can check online and register to receive toys at Christmas time for their children who are age 12 or under. That website applies to both North and South County. And then those who live north of Albleton Road, if they're senior citizens, they can go on that website, and we provide also gifts for senior citizens. And as you know, the Angel Tree program is one where people ourselves can pick an angel, a ornament off a tree that has a child's or an adult's name on it, purchase something for them, and then we at the Salvation Army are committed to make sure that that individual whose name is on that card receives that gift which is purchased. And so I just wanted to share that with you, that we are coming alongside with you to try to help the people of our community. If there's any questions that you or those who are listening or those who are seeing may have, they can contact the Salvation Army in Clearwater at 727-446-4177, either asking for help or asking for how they can help. And also in St. Petersburg, we're at 727-323-2222. Thank you very much, and God bless you as you serve this community.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here. Mark Birnbaum? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, Chairman, Justice, and the Board of County Commissioners. My name is Mark Birnbaum. Bel Air Road, South Haven Drive, and Nursery Roads are dangerous county roads. These three roads are county maintained. You heard about the recent death of Ethan Weiser, a young 15-year-old boy killed on Bel Air Road. Could this problem have been anticipated before the changing of the school bus pickup and drop-off for the school year 22? I believe yes. Bel Air Road is a heavily traveled road due to changes when US 19 eliminated the left turn in Nursery Road. To reach Nursery Road, drivers must turn onto Bel Air Road from US 19, or to make a right turn from US 19 frontage road, and then make a sharp right turn on South Haven Drive. The county added 4 speed bumps on South Haven Drive with posted speed limits of 15 miles an hour rather than 25 miles an hour. My concern is about Nursery Road, between US 19 at Frontage Road and Belcher, a 1-mile stretch. This section has a site plan proposal for a charter school at 2465 Nursery Road for 816 students. The developer must obtain a permit from the county for the right-of-way by adding 2 new roads to existing substandard Nursery Road, which is a county road. Why? Nursery Road is the wrong location for a charter school. Traffic cannot handle 1,300 vehicles during peak school hours. The FDOT, county, and city engineers reviewed the second traffic impact study late April. Missing traffic counts reflect an increase of higher traffic than the study actually reflected. Facts were clearly omitted for the 816 students that are to be driven to the school. South Haven Drive was not included in the traffic impact study and will see 25% more traffic going to the school on this one road. 2 left turns must be made on Nursery Road, a no-no by the FDOT. Existing tables by Meade and Hunt, the developer of the study, somehow omitted these traffic count facts, and maybe for a favorable reason. I request that the county review and deny the permits to the developer based on misleading information based on lower traffic counts from the study. Further investigations is needed for Nursery Road. The anticipated traffic counts is a heavy burden on the 1,500 homeowners that live and use Nursery Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
You want a copy?
James Jackow, I apologize. Stewart Road. Jackson.
Hello, I'm James Jackson. I live on Stewart Boulevard, just less than a mile from the proposed charter school that's possibly going to be built. Just to follow up on some of the comments that Mark just made, which are much more specific than I'll make. If you guys would just go down there and take a look at it. I mean, it's a very narrow road. It's already very highly trafficked. Getting off and on it is a pretty big hassle. And if you add another 816 students, even though apparently they have to widen the lanes and do all these other things, it's going to be dangerous, as this child that died the other day, Ethan Weiser, kind of illustrates. So if you people would just go down there and look at it, I think common sense would dictate that just simply observing what Nursery Road looks like, how narrow it is, how the intersection between Nursery and Highway 19 is a very tight intersection. I think common sense would dictate that you deny their permits. So please just go down there and take a look at it. You have these studies and all these other things in your files, but as Mark indicated, I think these studies are flawed, and you're going to be adding danger to the neighborhood. I don't know what kind of money is passed back and forth, but some developers purchased this property from the church, and this permit has to be denied. You're going to be, not to sound gross, you're going to be killing people if you don't deny this permit. Thank you.
Mr. Matt Grossman. Good afternoon.
Similar to the last gentleman that have just been speaking, I'm here on behalf of Ethan Weiser. Ethan Weiser was my nephew. I think it's interesting that I have 3 minutes to talk, which is also the number of people that have died on Bel Air Road in the last 2 years. Some statistics and some actual information about Bel Air Road specifically. From 2017 to 2021, there's been 419 accidents on Bel Air Road. 63% of them happened in Clearwater. From 2014 to 2020, which is the last recorded data that the county has, traffic has increased 63% in the morning and 62% in the afternoon. If you go to Belcher to 19 on Bel Air Road, anytime basically between 4 and 5 o'clock, you're basically going to sit there light to light. While the light changes to get on 19, it's excessively backed up. If we don't make changes to the pedestrian safety measures within that area, there will be more fatalities, as other people have said. This is not something that's going to be an emotional response from me and my family. This will be something that'll be an ongoing concern. Unfortunately, Ethan will never get the chance to go across that road again, right? What we're asking for, what we would like to see, what we hope you guys consider and escalate in your plan if it's not already there in that 5-year plan, is that we find a way to add some type of illumination, some type of crosswalk, or some type of lit area to let drivers know that there may be a person or something in the road, because where that bus stop is it's not even an intersection, it's a cross street. We have guardrails that block beautiful oak trees, and unfortunately for any pedestrian to go across the road at that point, they have to cross over a guardrail, walk into a street to go back around a guardrail to get to a sidewalk. It's patently dangerous. There's only 2 crosswalks on all of Bel Air. One's at 19, which sees almost 20,000 cars roll through it. The other one is at Belcher, which sees 11,000 cars roll through it. That's something that we have to figure out how to change. I don't expect change to happen right now. I don't expect change to happen tomorrow. But Ethan has 4 sisters, the youngest of which is 9, that will be using that same road, those same bus stops, and will walk by the same spot where their brother died for the next 9 years. The county needs to do something. The city needs to do something. We can't sit here and point fingers and point blame and say it's not in the budget, because there's no price you can put on a person's life, and there's especially no price you can put on a 15-year-old. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and please accept the condolences of the entire commission on the loss of Ethan. I know a lot of commissioners have talked with staff about this situation, and I wanted to let the administrator kind of tell you what the plan moving forward was.
Following an unfortunate situation and an accident like this, we do meet with the police. I know the investigation is ongoing. Following that investigation, we will engage with them, look at the outcome of that, and then again, look at any engineering and safety improvements that we can incorporate.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to see the change.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gerard.
Sounds like we need to talk with the school board too about where that bus stop is.
Yeah, our engineering staff will also look at those types of issues also.
That is all I have for citizens to be heard. We'll move to the consent agenda, items 3 through 21. Any item to be pulled? Commissioner Eggers.
Excuse me, I had 12, 19, 20, and 21, just a couple of questions. Wasn't able to get through to staff ahead of time, so I'd like to pull those.
12, 19, 20, and 21.
Yeah, and I had a comment on 6. Thank you. No, not pulling it, but I just had a comment.
Is there a motion for the remainder? We have a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 12. Commissioner Eggers.
I just was trying to get some general explanation as I read through this. It seemed like I found that the budget for this item is $6.3 million. The increase is almost $4.3 million. So I just was trying to get some explanation. Number one, I think there was some explanation in here, but I think it's important to call it out. And secondly, I'm assuming that the budget that we're going to look at tonight has this kind of increase already factored in. Just a question.
I would assume that they've included increased costs. We have almost everywhere within our budget to account for what we see in price changes. This reflects what the modifications to the current budget to account for cost increases, vehicle price increases, and fuel increases that they incurred during the year. So this will get us through the remainder of the year, and this comes from the fleet reserve account, which we have established.
So this is the increase from going to finish the year out?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Wow. So are those budget numbers accurate? The 6.3 was the original budget, and this increases?
I'm seeing Chris say yes.
60, 70% for 2 months, for 3 months? I mean,
Come on up to the mic, Chris.
Might as well get comfortable at that spot today, Chris.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Eggers. Yes, it is going back a couple of months. We were able to absorb some of it going forward, but this is what it takes to get us to the end of this year. And in answer to your first question, yes, we have increased both parts and fuel in next year's budget. So, yes, sir.
Commissioner Seal?
Thank you.
I guess I just wanted to make sure that you said parts and fuel, so it's not like we are, my question is, can we delay some fleet purchases to see if the market kind of calms down a little bit?
Well, if you recall, Commissioner, we actually are doing that in the 23 budget because we're trying to plan for our future replacements, and so we're slowing some of that down so electrification market can catch up. So we are doing that, and I think they make some of those judgments. That's probably reflected a little bit in here, but the vehicles that we had purchased, it depends on the type of vehicle of whether we can delay that or not. And so I'm sure it incorporates all that to some extent. But the parts and the fuel were the two biggest items that really hit our budget, especially in the spring of this year.
Further questions? Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 19.
Yeah, this is a Restore Act fund, and it's manufactured home communities, and it's engineering for a design for stormwater, I assume, and lateral collection. I just have somebody can maybe speak to this if they could.
Wastewater, and Hillary's here. I'll let Hillary come up. But this is the grant that we received for our manufacturing home, and I think that is $25 million. Is that correct, Hillary? She'll correct me, but.
Hello, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Hillary Weber, Acting Director for Utilities. Combined, this effort will have $44 million in grant funding for this particular item. It is for the wastewater design work for 14 mobile home park communities, and that's just one of the phases of the whole combined project. And this particular portion is funded by the Restore Act, which were from the BP oil spill funds.
We have a lot of other grant funds in this, and if you recall, this will begin the engineering design. One of the biggest issues we have is some of these old mobile home parks, and they're not kept into a state of good repair, and they drain rainwater, causes all kinds of issues for our system. We're able to get a lot of federal money in order to be able to correct this.
So it's $44 million for this kind of work. This is $2 million just for the design for 14 parks.
Correct.
Are there other parks on that list that we're looking at, or is this does this cover the?
For now, it's the 14. Mm-hmm.
And that'll take up the balance of the funds that we've talked about.
Yes.
$44 million to implement the changes.
Right. So for the wastewater construction piece, we did receive $25 million from Resilient Florida. And then we're also planning to pursue the water design and construction work, which we also received $13.9 million.
So until the design's done, we'll not know really the extent of the cost to do this work.
It's preliminary.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And you can see in the attachment the list of mobile home parks,
Yep.
Seminole, Largo, and some in North St. Pete. Further questions or a motion? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 20.
Yeah, just real quickly, I was not able to catch up with, okay, good, come on up. Just clarification on this one. It seems like it's $1 million a year, $5 million over the 5 years, but I wasn't sure what the cap was per company, or if there's a cap per company, or how you work that. So just wanted some clarification.
Sure. I saw Jeff back there, but I'll take this one. This is $1 million a year. These are 6 firms that we pre-qualify essentially to do staff augmentation services for us. So the cap is, yes, $1 million per year. That is not to any one particular company. What we generally do is spread, kind of like a GEC contract. We spread the work across those 6 vendors.
So it's obviously $1 million cap.
Correct.
If it's one company, they get all of it. If it's more than one company, it gets split up, but it's no more than $1 million per year.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further questions or a motion? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 21.
Yeah, and this one, I just wanted some explanation, some just discussion about what this is exactly. I can read to see what it is, but maybe a little update on that, and just a comment or two about the almost, it looks like close to 50%.
Yes,
No,
and
100% increase in cost, so.
That's correct. And so this is our medical direction services. As you know, Dr. Jameson, and who's here in the audience, this come up to the extent, at the end of their contract, we know that we've added a lot of services over the years to this. So we decided we could have just extended the contract, but instead of that, we bid it. And so this was the bid that was supplied now. It was the only bid received, but this was the bid supplied. But it was a professionally negotiated contract. And this provides 24/7 coverage, provides all the standards that we provide for all of our EMS services countywide, and then they're on call and part of our EMS response system.
So the increase that we're talking about is attributed to not only cost increases, but also, can you figure out how much of that is new services, or?
I would let Jim come up and speak specifically to your question so we get an accurate answer. Come on up, Jim.
Good afternoon, Jim Fogarty, Bureau Director of Safety and Emergency Services. A quick bit of context, the cost of medical direction for the EMS system 20 years ago in 2001 was about $1.4 million. This proposal for medical direction in this next fiscal year is $1.5 million. So this is about what it was 20 years ago. At the time, 20 years ago, medical direction represented about 2% of the overall cost of the EMS system's budget. For the last several years, the last 4 or 5 years, that cost has been dramatically low. This proposal represents currently about 0.9% of the cost of the EMS system's budget for the next year. And so a lot of the increase in cost is likely getting it back to where it probably should have been for many years. It currently represents about 0.9% of the EMS system's budget. So in terms of the extra services, we've got additional medics coming into the system. The system has grown in terms of the number of transports and the complexity of the system, the cost of insurance, the cost of overhead. All of that has risen over the last decade or so.
So most of it cost of goods, so to speak, as opposed to a bunch of new services.
Right, there's not a bunch of there are some new services, but there's not a bunch of new services.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Further questions or motion? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, show it passes unanimously. Moving on to the regular agenda.
Just want to make one comment.
That's right, Commissioner Eggers.
I apologize. On number 6, it's a Division of Inspector General report on the contractor licensing department investigation. I just really wanted to, again, let residents know that this department that we have here in the county does do its work, and it does investigate situations, and it tries to make sure that that folks are doing the work the right way, and are doing it cost effectively, and they're doing it ethically. And this report, I think, found a problem, or a report was made and have identified the problem, and it's been taken care of, but there's some follow-up things for the staff to look into. And I just wanted to call out the Inspector General for the work that they continue to do on behalf of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to the regular agenda. Item 22. Good afternoon, Mr. Administrator.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item number 22 is an interlocal agreement with the Sheriff for law enforcement services at St. Pete Clearwater Airport. It's 3% cost increase.
Questions or motion?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Seal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, show it passes unanimously. Item 23.
Item 23 is an increase to a contract with On Time Marketing Corporation for promotional and novelty items. This is with our Convention and Visitors Bureau, and as you know, they market Pinellas County worldwide, and so these are some of the activities and trinkets and things that they use as part of their marketing efforts.
Questions or motion? Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, show it passes unanimously. Item 24.
This is Empower Her Community Center Computer Literacy Program. So her project, this is a municipal taxing unit special project fund in the amount of $17,799 to purchase 30 laptop computers, 2 tablets, and accessories.
Motion, question?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Seal. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 25.
This request is, and is again an MSTU special project fund. This is a request from Feast for a walk-in cooler freezer as part of their efforts to be able to expand services. And this is for $18,364.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Long. Commissioner Gerard for a question.
I just had a question. It seemed like when we were talking about the parameters for the ARPA money, that this was one of the specifics that wasn't being talked about by name, but the freezer, why did we not redirect them to
In this particular case, they're focusing their efforts on that competitive grant program for capital project. Well, it's a different category, and so I think they come through the request as an MSTU versus through the capital projects.
And they can get the check pretty quick. Further questions?
Right. No, but I had another comment. I just wanted to let people know that JWB annually has a capital fund that they put out to their agencies, but this year they held off so that people could apply for our ARPA money first. Well, no, it makes sense, actually.
Thanks.
It makes sense. And see what kind of things were going to be funded, so those that didn't get funded could come back to JWB. So that will probably happen in February or March, depending on our timeline.
We want the money out there. Further questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 26.
Excited to present to you an affordable housing loan program. This is for the multifamily rental housing project known as Valor Preserve with the Pinellas Housing Authority. And as you know, the project went through Seminole. There were some issues with it, but they were able to find a way to get the project done by eliminating some of the entitlement issues. This is a 64-unit multifamily complex, and our request is for $1.7 million in state housing initiative funds. So this is in the form of an amortized loan.
Questions or motion? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 27.
Item 27 is funding agreement with Homeless Leadership Alliance for operational and directed services. This is continuing grant amount of $288,000, provides for a series of things that's listed in your packet. But I also wanted to take the opportunity to recognize Monica Alinsky, the CEO of the Homeless Leadership Alliance. She's here and joining us today.
Welcome, Monica. Questions or motion? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 28.
I'd ask for item 28 to be deferred to the October 11th agenda. This item was originally a joint project and it provided a series of grants. However, the sheriff has asked that they be removed from the grant, and the Justice Assistance Fund has given us longer time to where we can reallocate those funds. And so we just asked for a deferment to October the 11th.
I always forget. No, we just take no action.
I don't think you need to take action. We can just put this on the agenda at that
All right.
time.
Okay.
Thank you. Item 29.
Pinellas County Health Program for hospital provider agreements. This is our Blue Card program. Provides for our outpatient therapies, amount of $3 million.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 30.
Item 30 is our service area competition grants with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This is our Healthcare for Homeless program. Provides fund for Bayside Clinic and our mobile medical unit.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 31.
You actually previously approved this. However, Florida DEO come back and asked that we modify the agreement to incorporate certain HUD requirements. So that has been incorporated. It is for the same amount.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Gerard. Further discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 32.
Item 32 is an award of bid, and I'm going to ask Mary to come forward because of the complex nature of this. We have, once again, a tie bid, and so she's going to explain the process that we're going to use to break the tie, and she can, and I'm going to let her go over the different pieces of the contract because I'm not sure which ones are a tie and which one can be awarded.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Celeste, Purchasing and Risk Administrative Services. I also want to read, we've got a little bit of a correction. The recommended action left off the fourth vendor. So I wanted to read officially that ES Opco USA LLC DBA Viceris, that's a long name, that's the fourth company. They were inadvertently omitted from the listed vendors under the first sentence of the recommended action. And I just want to make sure the minutes reflect that they're included, their agreement is attached, and they are in the title. And Section A, Provision 10 of our boilerplate allows us to award item by item, group by group, or in the aggregate. And many of our chemical contracts, with services being equal, we frequently have tie bids, and this is one of them. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chair if he can help me select, break a tie bid on items, pay item 21 for Etofenprox 4%, pay item 28, methoprene 2.1%, methoprene 8.62%, methoprene 1.5%, and methoprene 4.25%. So there's 3 vendors in each envelope. If you pull out one, and then we'll know which vendor breaks the tie. We're going to do this, we have a up-to-date current process of pulling tabs out of our envelope. So anyway, line item number 21, if you want to open that. Okay, it's rent to kill. I'm going to grab the next one. Rent to kill again. Viceris for line item 29.
What was the second one for? The second one pulled? What line item?
The second one was for line item number 28, and it was rent to kill.
Thank you.
This is for line item number 30, and it's Clark. And this is for line item number 31, and it is Viceris. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Justice.
All right.
Yes.
Further questions or motion on that agenda item? Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 33.
This is a change order number 1 to RJP Enterprises for sidewalks and underground replacement programs for fiscal year 21 through 23. They have actually exceeded the anticipated progress that they've made on this, so this advances funds that were appropriated to be able to continue the work.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. Further questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 34.
This is a purchase authorization agreement with Davenport Aviation for the purchase of an Airbus H-125 helicopter. This is for mosquito control in the amount of $4 million.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Gerard. Questions? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just real quick, where does the predominance of the work for this vehicle occur? In our big parks or?
All over, and, you know, it's been some time, although they're flying a 1967 Bell helicopter, I really made them look at alternative service delivery. Can we partner with other counties? Can we contract out pieces? And part of that is responsiveness. First, the answer was no, from even other counties, because when they need to get into an area that they can't reach, you know, from the street, they need to get in there. So the response times issues and things like that. So we determined it was a lower level of service. So we went through that process though first before we brought to you an investment of $4 million for a helicopter.
So where is the predominance of areas?
I'm gonna let Kelly, I don't know the answer to that. I'll let Kelly come forward and answer that question.
Kelly Levy, Public Works Director. We use the helicopter countywide, but a lot of the areas that the helicopter is very helpful is Brooker Creek, Wheaton Island, any of those areas where we have a large coastal environment, mangroves, salt marsh, those types of environments, wetlands. The East Lake area is a very heavily treated area, but we also treat in the urban environments too. We treat all of our parks. And so it's a countywide program, a countywide service. I do think we should have some sort of ceremony for our Bell helicopter. It has served us exceptionally well, and if you've never had an opportunity to fly in it,
we'll wait till the new one.
It is quite an experience. It really, I have done it, so it's. So I understand.
All right, so really, we don't really see a lot of conflicts from what we do in those areas we get every once in a while the beekeepers that come in here and have issues with some of that, I guess, chemicals that get in their area. So what's the issue there that we have?
You know, we are very, very careful with all of our bee hive locations. Even if people have private hives on their properties, which a lot of people do, we have a program. You just sign up with us, and we stay very far away from any of the hives. You know, some of the beekeepers in the area have hives in our parks. And again, we work with them very carefully to make sure that not only do we not do any aerial treatments in those areas, but we don't even do ground in those areas. And if we have to go out and fog due to active disease, we talk with them about it and see how they want to handle it.
So I know a few friends that have retired and have picked this, I guess, industry to have fun with, but also to produce honey and to actually make some money with it. But so if they do that, do they just let us know kind of where they're at so that same kind of protection?
Yes. If you know, for those who are maybe watching this meeting, to Commissioner Eggers' point, if you're a new beekeeper, you can reach out to Mosquito Control. Our information's on our website, and we will put your property on our list. And we work with you. We know exactly where your hives are, and we do everything we can to protect your hives. I also want to just reiterate that we use integrated pest management, which means we use biological controls first, which are typically they're non-harmful. They target the mosquito larvae. We only do fogging missions when we have active disease, like imported cases of dengue fever or West Nile, which we have had recently. But even now, we're moving away from those traditional chemicals that were used in the fogging that people think of the trucks driving down there, at least I do. I'm old enough to have had that in my neighborhood. We're even now using biocontrols with that. So we are really moving, very much away from the traditional pesticides.
For $4 million, it's a lot of money, so just wanting to make sure that we're spending it in certain acreages and enough that justifies the cost. So thank you for that.
I promise you, Barry did a very, very fine job of having us go through every alternative.
They convinced me, finally.
Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 35.
This is an increase to the upset limit agreement with Frontier Communications for our 911 networking services. This is change order number 9. What this does is connect all of our PSAPs.
We have a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Gerard. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 36.
Item 36 is issuance of certificate of public convenience and necessity for first choice trans for provisions of non-medical wheelchair transport services. So it's just adding them.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 37.
Under item number 37, I'm asking the board ratify authority granted previously by the chair in an animal cruelty case.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Eggers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously.
And just a very quick update on that. The court did earlier this week grant the county's petition, and those animals are now in our custody.
Very good. Item 38.
Under item number 38, I am requesting authority to file suit against the defendant noted. This is a contractor that caused a good bit of damage to the county's reclaimed water line, so we want to seek damages from that contractor.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Peters. Further discussion? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jewel, I don't have a problem with this at all, but just a question. Within our contracts, typically for service, are there caveats in there that speak to them paying us damages should something occur as a result of, or?
I do not believe this is a county contractor. This
Okay.
is a contractor that was doing independent work in the area that struck our line.
Okay.
And just for everyone's reference, we do seek to recover these types of damages before we resort to coming to you to ask authority to file suit.
Okay.
We have been unsuccessful.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Further questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item 39. Any reports?
Not today.
Thank you very much. Item 40, County Administrator Report.
2 items, Commissioners. One, on your recently approved tenant bill of rights, I wanted to inform you that the vouchers, the independent vouchers that people use is going up by 17%, which should really make those vouchers give you some more purchasing power in this market. So the timing worked out really well. The second item that I wanted just to take a minute and read, and I'm just going to read this statement because it really speaks to what a lot of our employees do, but the difference that they make that they didn't even know they made. So let me just read this. It says, I want to take a minute, this is a letter that was written, but I want to take a minute to thank one of our employees, Jim Armstrong. He's a park ranger and at the War Vets Park. Jim was doing his normal rounds at the park and passed by an elderly gentleman that was walking alone. Jim stopped and said, good morning, and they started chatting for a while. When leaving, they wished each other to have a nice day. The following day, the elderly gentleman returned to the park to find Jim. Teary-eyed, he told Jim that he wanted to thank him for saving his life. When Jim asked how he saved his life, the gentleman said that he had went to the park the day before to take his own life. He said when he got distracted by Jim and they stopped and chatted that morning and they were joking, and he went back home and he reconsidered his actions. And he assured Jim that he had called his doctor for help and that he's okay, but he wanted Jim to know how he had saved his life. What it really goes to is the value of a smile and a short conversation and the impact that it can have, that it may never be known or measured, but I'm just very proud of our staff. And I just wanted to say thank you to Jim for making such a difference.
That's amazing.
That concludes my report.
And we've got thousands of employees like that all over Pinellas County that do incredible work and reach out and touch our citizens. And it's just, we're so proud of them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. This is one example, but this, it just tells you what a difference little things can make.
All right. Item 41, appointments to the Youth Advisory Committee. You have the attachment. Commissioner Peters, did you have comments?
Just that there's 26 students this year that have applied, and we're recommending all 26. There is a map on with your documents that will show you where they all live, so they do represent all of the county. A little heavier, maybe mid-county than anywhere else, but good participation.
Thank you very much. Questions or motion? Commissioner Flowers.
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
I just want to say to Commissioner Peters, to her legislative aide, thank you so much. He and I had a good conversation about, drawing up additional interest if desired from other students. So I just wanted to say thank you for having that focus, making sure that there was representation from all sectors of the community. That was really nice. So thank you.
Further discussion? Commissioner Long.
Yes, my question is for Commissioner Peters as well. I was just curious if you've done any kind of a analysis about how the students learn about the program. Is it just word of mouth from students that are already in it? Or do you actively solicit from the different high schools?
No, we actively solicit the high schools. And word of mouth is always the best, but we do actively solicit every single high school in the county.
Public and private?
I can't answer if we did all the private this year, but this is the first year we don't have private on the list of students that applied. We typically always do. This is the first time since I've been doing it that we don't.
Interesting.
Last year was the first time we had more attrition and we lost more students, but we had a lot of turnover in staff. Ashley left, as you know. The person from the county left, so there was a lot of disruption with turnover. So we're hoping that this year we'll be able to have more consistency. And without COVID being a part, this will be the first time that they're truly going to have kind of back to what this originally was supposed to be. Since I took over, we've just dealt with COVID, and so we kind of morphed the program a little bit. And so now we're going to kind of bring it back to the original intent because we can tour more facilities and they don't have to be outside with distancing and all that kind of stuff anymore. So I think it'll be a good year.
It usually is somewhat dependent. If you have a enthusiastic teacher at the school, that's a big driver over the years, so that if that changes, that impacts the attendance as well. Commissioner Gerard.
Just a comment, it looks like you do have one from Clearwater Central Catholic, so I know you're.
I would be shocked if we didn't have at least one from there.
I know you were going to ask about that.
Further questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. All right, we're on to County Commission new business. I've got a few things before we get to your updates. Due to some quirks in the calendars and appointments of some of the boards that we appoint to, we have an appointment to Ford Pinellas, Commissioner Seal's term coming to an end. I'd like to appoint Commissioner Gerard to finish the remainder of the calendar year on that appointment. And I'd like to reappoint Commissioner Peters to PSTA, again, for the calendar year. Incoming chair will make new appointments for all the boards. If I could get a motion to approve those two appointments.
Oh.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers.
Oh.
Her term on PSA didn't expire. Your term is expiring on PSTA. That was the, like I said, it's a calendar quirk on their end more than our end.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gerard.
my term is also expiring. I will go off at the end of the year, but they asked.
I do have that note.
Extend it till the end of the year.
That, I will read it. Since you are serving as chair, you may remain in that position per PSTA governing documents and their attorney recommendation until the end of the calendar year, at which point the incoming chair of the Board of County Commissioners will need to select another commissioner to serve. We had motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. I've got a couple of Skyway lightings. One for the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, and it will light the Skyway teal. I don't have the date of that. And then one for Operation Green Light for Veterans, and it will light the Skyway green right at Veterans Day time period. Questions or motion to approve those two? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers. Further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, so it passes unanimously. All right, with that, Commissioners, do you have new business or issues to bring up? Commissioner Gerard.
Just a question. Somebody asked me about putting up a Gold Star sort of monument somewhere in Pinellas County, and it seemed like I was remembering that we had one, but the one that we have in Veterans Park.
It's a Battlefield Cross Memorial.
Okay, so it's not, okay. That seems like it would be a great place to do it. I'm not even sure they were asking us to pay for it. They just wanted us to consider doing it in one of our parks.
We have a process through parks where they can apply, and then we have to meet with them. And so if they get us something, we can refer it over to Paul Causey and ask him to look at it.
All right, thanks.
Absolutely. Commissioner Seal.
Yes, I was not present at the Forward Pinellas meeting, but I have a summary of the minutes, and basically there was just a lot of reports. There was Jeff Baker with Duke Energy came to talk about at grade versus above grade overpasses, and apparently it's not so much of a health safety concern as it is a concern with future need for Duke Energy, high power equipment and so on. So they said there is an option for an at-grade crossing at State Road 60 in Old Coachman, which I know has been a concern, and that they are committed to trying to work out something on 580. And budget was approved with some changes reflecting what county administrator suggested. And the roundabout at Alt 19 and Florida Avenue should be underway in a few months. Is it underway? Did they start? Just since August 10th?
Yeah, we have one of our residents in the room who's been frequenting there, just letting us know how he feels. Thank you, David.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I just had a couple things. First of all, I wanted to congratulate Advent Health. They had I guess they redid their lobby as a kind of a show to the community, a commitment to the community, but also a reflection on the level of service that they provide. And specifically wanted to congratulate Jason Dunkel, who is the outgoing CEO there, and he'll be moving south along the coastline. I can't remember the community that he'll be taking over there, a promotion for him. And then Ryan Quattlebaum is coming in as the new CEO. He's been there a couple of weeks. And in the spirit of I guess, saying let's make sure we embrace our culture and our history, but also kind of looking forward, they hired Christopher Still to do a painting, and they unveiled it in the lobby. So I'll pass this around. It's just, as you know, Christopher Still, everybody knows, and the work that he does. And that was kind of what they were trying to do here, just like the folks that we heard from earlier from the Latin community, making sure we hold on to our heritage, but also looking forward. So I'll pass this around for you guys to take a peek at. Had a wonderful tour of the HCA hospital in Largo. One of our own commissioners on the board down there, Commissioner Peters. But just had a great discussion about what they're doing down there, and specifically on their behavioral health program. And they have an anonymous program for first responders that have a place to go so that nobody knows who they are. You can only imagine that would be a difficult thing to do. So they have some really great things going on there, and I'm just really proud of that effort. I wanted to say publicly thank you to that. Also had a great meeting with the Mayor's Council yesterday. Dr. Williams from St. Pete College was there, and she was talking about that whole thing that we're dealing with, trying to maximize really the income potential of all of our residents, and having good conversation and work with our government, our businesses, and the colleges to find those areas where folks can learn quickly the kinds of opportunities there are there to move your income up with very little schooling or very little training. That the businesses are really looking for these colleges to provide some small amount of training in some instances, and they'll train up from there. So it was really, really fascinating. The mayors, we had good conversation, good discussion. And then finally, just that the 9/11 ceremony at Curlew Hills is at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. If you get a chance and you have a child or family member, come on out for that event. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Flowers. All right, Commissioner Long. Microphone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things I just wanted to put on your radar. I think you all received a copy of the heat index, heat and preventing heat illness resolution that I forwarded down to the Florida Association of Counties for their consideration. This is an issue that is beginning to surface not only here in our county, but across the state and literally across the nation. You may have heard about the horrific 116-degree heat in California, where they have those awful wildfires that the firefighters are fighting. God bless all of them and the work that they're doing. So I think those things are really important for us to be thinking about as we move forward next year and work through our budget and how we can help our employees who work outside and do that work remember certain things to do to make sure they protect themselves, because it was only about a month or so ago that we had a death down in St. Pete at one of the parks, at one of the concerts, a young woman who died of heat stroke. So I just wanted you to be aware of it, and if you have any thoughts or ways in which we can talk about our strategic planning and how we address it, that would be helpful too. And I didn't want to let the afternoon go by with just asking everyone to remember the life and good works of our beloved Queen Elizabeth, who passed away earlier today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're
Commissioner
welcome.
Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I was excited to celebrate the 80th birthday, if you will, for the St. Petersburg Housing Authority. And they have a new logo, both for their business arm as well as the actual Housing Authority Association. They also have released the hold, so the wait list is open for persons to apply who have vouchers, so that is fabulous news. The new construction that's going on in Senior Village in Jordan Park is right on schedule. I don't know about today, but is right on schedule. So I'm excited about those 61 units coming online. And the executive director also announced another project that will be coming up in the north side of St. Pete that will be for veterans housing, and that will be 41 units. And so that'll be online soon. And he also talked about the purchase of the Ed White Hospital facility. And so I'm really excited about that. The Housing Authority offices will be on the bottom floor, and then there will be apartments for seniors above, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments.
Wow.
So I'm excited about
Long
that.
time coming for a new use for that building.
Yes, I served on the board for Ed White up through its closure. But I'm really excited because it's difficult for persons to get way out off of Gandy to the Housing Authority office there to take care of any business they need to with case managers. This way, they'll be closer in town. They're on a bus route, so I'm excited about that. I mentioned at our last meeting that there was a whistleblower allegation against Mr. Meyer, the interim executive director. I am pleased to announce that we had it go through its process and the allegations were unfounded on every single point. We provided that information at the Career Source Board meeting that I chaired the other day, and so we are just moving forward on that. The Sunrun, just a reminder, Sunrunner ribbon cutting is October 20th at 2 p.m. On the First Avenue North 5th Street area, somewhere in there. I contacted staff to say, hey, I got a commission thing the same day. So hopefully if we're done, we'll be able to make it. And if not, then they understand why. Thank you for sharing about Queen Elizabeth, because when I saw that come across, that was very sad, but thank you. we have we had an opportunity to take some photos and be with Pete Buttigieg, celebrating the Raise Grant, first one ever that's been awarded in Pinellas County for that transportation. So we had a chance to go over to Tampa to meet with him and to accept the check and take some pictures. So that was take some pictures. So that was very exciting. So we're moving along on those fronts. And then on tomorrow, Janet and I will be attending a workshop, retreat, discussion regarding T-Barter and its future, and putting on the table some ideas that have been brought forward about ways to continue some of the work as a regional perspective. And so I'm excited about that meeting and seeing what we can get to come out of that. And the last thing is, thank you so very much for recognizing and for the proclamation for my brother-in-law, Watson Haynes' service. I provided all of the information to staff, and I really appreciate all of the heartfelt comments and things that have come from across the board. And my sister Valerie truly, truly appreciates and feels the love. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Peters.
I'll be short. Instead of on 9/11, there's going to be a dedication to honor those that died, and it's going to be the United States Coast Guard. And many of our local police and fire departments are participating. I'll be doing it as well. And we are going to be at Al Lang Stadium starting at, everyone has to be there at 8:30 to register. It'll start at 9 o'clock. And we all will climb 110 stories in honor of all the men and women that died that day, especially our first responders. So if anybody else wants to come out, if they're listening to this, it'll be a great workout. It'll be a lot of fun to be with our police departments and our fire departments and our U.S. Coast Guard for a wonderful way to honor and tribute the people that died, that climbed those steps to save lives. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm exhausted already. And it's the first annual, and I did speak to the woman with Rowdies that's planning it, and she is incredibly excited. I sent that out to every police department and fire department, and she's so excited with the amount of participation that has responded. She didn't expect even 50 people, and they're well over 100. And so she's really, really excited. Hopefully this will be something they do every year, but I think it's a neat thing for the Coast Guard and our first responders to get together and collaborate on and do together, and I'm really excited about it.
Okay, don't forget the heat index.
I won't forget the heat index.
I mean, that's a lot of stairs. And
that's Sunday morning, right?
No, it's tomorrow.
Oh.
It's Friday. It's Friday. They aren't doing it on the event of 9/11 because there's just too many events to compete with. So it's going to be Friday. A lot of people work, so a lot of people won't be there. But
what building are they using?
Pardon me?
What building are they using?
It's going to be Al Lang Stadium, so they'll be doing the stairs in the stadium. So they'll be going up and down the stairs until they complete 110 stories.
I'm dead already, just thinking about it.
I will be cheering everybody on.
So it's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully I'll make all 110 stories, but we'll see. It starts at 9 a.m. Everyone has to be there by 8:30 to register. They have T-shirts for everybody, and it would be just great if people came to cheer them on, just to show up. They don't have to walk the steps, but if they came and cheered them on, I think it'd be awesome.
Well,
So
put a wet towel over your head.
I
That's
promise.
what they say.
Just around my neck. I'll take it.
Whatever.
They plan to have lots of water and all kinds of things there. So, and all of the and I did hear that, but all of the first responders will be there, so we'll be in good hands if something happens.
Thank you, Commissioner. One item I forgot to mention is last week I had the opportunity to attend the dedication of the Memorial Garden at the Wounded Warrior Ability Ranch at Lurie Park in Pinellas Park. And it's a beautiful garden there and monuments there that have been designed by local artists. And Mike Delancey just continues to make us proud. And they never fail to recognize that it was you all, it was the county commission that really was the seeds and the foundation for the funding that really made that park happen back when we allocated some of the BP money for that park. And so if you get a chance to, if you're in Pinellas Park, please take a time to go by there and see it. It's a special place. Anything else for the good of the order? All right, we're in recess until 6 p.m.
We will have sandwiches.
Before we get into the public hearing, I have two items that I wanted to do that we missed on the earlier part of the meeting tonight. We have one more Skyway Bridge lighting for September for Alopecia Foundation. Will light up blue to recognize that group. Any questions, or is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. And then the other item in our commission, I just neglected to take a moment because we hadn't met since then to congratulate Commissioner Eggers on his re-election efforts. Congratulations, and we look forward to another good 4 years. With that, we will open the public hearings on the fiscal year 23 tentative millages and tentative budgets. Has any correspondence been received regarding the tentative millages and tentative budget?
Mr. Chair, no correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the Office of Management and Budget reported that they received 46 phone calls regarding the tentative budget.
Thank you. Tonight's public hearing is the first of two public hearings for the consideration and adoption of the FY23 millages and budgets. Before we get started, I'll walk through the sequence of events for tonight. The county administrator will present changes to the proposed budget since it was originally presented to the board on July 19th. The county administrator will provide a budget overview presentation that incorporates these changes. We will accept public comment on the following tax levies and budgets by the following taxing authority classification: the BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund, and the county levies supporting the Health Department Fund, the levies for dependent special districts in an unincorporated area, municipal services taxing units that going forward will be referenced to as MSTUs, dependent special districts including the Emergency Medical Services Authority and Pinellas Planning Council, and MSTUs include the unincorporated area municipal services taxing unit, Public Library Services District, Palm Harbor Community Services District, Feather Sound Community Services District, East Lake Library Services District, East Lake Recreation Services District, and the Special Fire Protection Districts. If you wish to speak regarding the tentative millages and tentative budgets, you should have filled out a blue card. If you're not yet filled out a blue card and wish to speak, please see the staff seated by the entry door and they will assist you. For all the pre-registered participants, you will be instructed at the proper time to participate. After hearing all public comment, I will ask the board if they recommend any further changes to the tentative millages or tentative budgets. If so, I will ask the board for a motion and vote to adopt any changes. Finally, we will adopt the resolutions on the FY23 tentative millage rates and tentative budgets, which will be the basis for the final budget hearing that will be held on Thursday, September 22nd at 6 p.m. In accordance with Florida statutes, the tentative millage rates will be adopted first, then the tentative budget will be adopted for each taxing authority. Before we begin the public hearing, if anyone has specific questions or concerns regarding the assessed value of their property, exemptions or classification related to your property, or information on the trim notices, tonight we have here with us Kevin McKeon, the Deputy of Assessment Administration from the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office, standing in the back. If anyone would like to speak with him, please follow him at this time and he will answer your questions. For those watching virtually, attending virtually, please contact the Appraiser's Office at 727-464-3207, and they're available Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or email mike@pcpao.org. Florida statutes also provide that the taxing authority may adopt the tax levies and budgets of all its dependent special districts and MSTUs by a single unanimous vote. However, if a member of the general public requests that the tax levy or budget of a dependent special district or MSTUs be separately discussed and separately adopted, we will then discuss and adopt that district's tax levy and budget separately. At this time, does any member of the general public attending the meeting in person request separate discussion or separate adoption of a tax levy or budget of any dependent special district or MSTU? Since we have not heard from anyone requesting separate discussion and separate adoption of any dependent special districts or MSTUs, we will proceed with adoption of the tentative millages and tentative budgets for the BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy supporting the Health Department Fund, and then for the dependent special districts and MSTUs by single unanimous vote. We will now open the first official public hearing on the FY23 millage rates and budgets.
This public hearing is being held in accordance with Chapters 129 and 200 of the Florida statutes. The meeting has been duly noticed by the property appraiser's mailing of the trim notice.
Thank you. We, the Board of County Commissioners, as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTUs as previously referenced, will now proceed with the public hearings.
In accordance with Florida statutes, I want to publicly note that the percentage increase in the millage rates for all budgets over the rollback rate based upon the maximum rates on the trim notices and subsequent decreases to such rates to fund the FY23 tentative budget is 4.02% increase over the aggregate rollback rate. The primary purposes for the increase in millages over the rollback rate are due to the following. In the general fund, including unincorporated area MSTUs, and then the Emergency Medical Services Authority, revenue increases are required to support personnel and operating expenditures that are driven by inflationary factors and board priorities. In the Pinellas Planning Council, revenue increases are required for the same purpose as per the request from Board Pinellas. In the Public Library Services District MSTU, the Palm Harbor Community Services MSTU, the Feather Sound Community Services MSTU, the East Lake Library Services MSTU, East Lake Recreation Services MSTU, and 7 special fire protection districts, revenue increases are needed to support increased expenditures by the agencies providing services for those districts. In the other 5 special fire protection districts, the revenue need remain flat due to those districts having sufficient reserve levels to provide for future planned capital along with property values that can support the annual operating. Mr. Chairman, before we begin the FY23 budget presentation, I want to note that a schedule of changes to the proposed budget was distributed to the board on September 2nd, 2022, and attached to the agenda packet available online. Modifications to both changes discussed at the BCC meetings and/or work sessions are technical adjustments related to accounting presentations, updated information, correction, and other minor changes. We will now continue with the FY23 budget overview presentation. So we're going to walk through the basic changes that have occurred since we presented the budget at the last budget presentation. As discussed, the budget information is a collaboration of all the challenges and the input from the departments and other stakeholders to keep our expenditures as low as possible while delivering high-quality services to the residents, business, and to our visitors. The budget before you includes recommendations that absorb all natural cost increases of across all funds in the budget, including funding dedicated to support the Transportation Trust Fund from FY22. We've incorporated that into our existing cost allocation, separate from property tax. We've also increased funding to the sheriff that include the raises for the nurses, as we discussed during our budget presentations, along with operating costs at the jail and other cost increases such as sheriff vehicles and fuel. The budget before you does not raise property tax rate above the rollback rate, except for the property tax increase that specifically dedicated to increase expenditures on our local roads for road maintenance and bridge and infrastructure repair. We discussed this. That equals to about $18 million. We needed 36. We want to phase this in. This will allow us to catch up to where we don't have to reconstruct roads, and we can be ahead of the curve regarding maintaining our infrastructure. As you can see before you, the recommended budget before you reduces our millage rate from 5.13 mils to 4.7 mils. This includes the dedicated amount that I just discussed for local roads. This is the second year in a row that we have recommended rollback of your property tax rate, and only the first time in 35 years that you've had 2 consecutive years of rolling back your millage rate. In the budget recommendation, we have 13 levies that are decreasing and 8 that are staying the same. 1 is a request for an increase from the Pinellas Planning Council. I'll walk through these. I'm not going to go through each one, but certainly if you have a question regarding any one, we can certainly answer any questions that you have during this. Before you, you can see the various millages, and again, we've worked with each one of the fire districts to determine that within their operating cost over the next several years that they can absorb, that they have sufficient reserves to be able to reduce their levy and continue their operations. That holds true for the next series of districts that are listed on the screen. The districts that we're proposing that stay the same include the health department, and that's largely because you've got a big need for us to look at the cost of school nurses, and that's going to be coming back to you at a later time, so we want to make sure we have sufficient reserves to be able to cover any necessary cost increases. And working with each one of these special districts, they've asked, and we've worked with them to recommend that the millage rate stays the same for those districts. Property tax that is recommended to be increased, and this was a request from Fort Pinellas, is for the Pinellas Planning Council, and that goes from, the request is from 0.015 mils to 0.0235 mils. Relation to our reserves, there was a lot of question during our budget discussions regarding our reserve levels. So our current policy is a 15% threshold. What I had talked about at that time is that you also want cash flow in addition to your reserves. We've looked at this, and there is no magic number for this, but that 17 to 18% gives you the equivalent of a couple months operating costs plus your reserve levels at 15%. And just for, I had a question about what would 1% of our reserves equal, and it's about $1.6 million. So if you look over the last several years, and this kind of goes to our planned budget expenditures over the last several years, you can see that in FY20, our total reserves was $105 million. In FY21, that went to $165 million as we dealt with the pandemic and the uncertainty and the economic conditions. We did a planned drawdown of that, as you can see, as we used that money to cover cost increases, salary increases, and things over the next couple of years. That occurred in FY22, where that was drawn down to $159 million, and under the 23 budget, that'll go to $156 million. So as you can see, that puts our reserve levels at about 21%. So it's about $30 million above that 17% recommended reserve level. So we're still very tightly within, that area that we feel comfortable at. So what did we use reserves for? And that was part of the questions during the budget. We use reserve for one-time money. So for instance, the behavioral health model, the implementation piece, not the ongoing operating cost for our CAM. The implementation piece was a one-time cost, so we were able to use one-time money for that purpose. Oracle ERP implementation. As you're aware, that's a very expensive implementation that we're in the middle of. We were able to use one-time money for one-time purposes for that. There's too many words on these pages, but bear with me. And then we looked at whether or not we can use reserves for meeting some of our road needs. And that was a question that the board raised at that time. So we did go back and look at that. The problem that we have is if you recall back when we looked at our infrastructure, to adequately look at our bridge and road repair, in addition to the money that we're spending on Penny, we need about $36 million a year, and it would take us about 9 years to catch up. And to have all of our infrastructure in a state of good repair. What we do now is we primarily target the most money to go to our arterials and our collectors, not our local roads. And so by looking at this and getting us into a state of good repair within 9 years, we needed $36 million. Well, we've asked for 18 because that'll begin to pick away at some of that backlog. If we were to bond that, for instance, in other words, could it be used out of one-time money? Well, then you would have to look at that entire 9-year period. So in essence, the debt service on $360 million borrowing would actually be greater than what we're asking for in a one-time amount. So we think a pay-as-you-go is still a good amount, but we looked at various alternatives on whether or not we could accomplish that in a different way. And so again, based upon this analysis, we believe that a pay-as-you-go, like we're proposing, but that 18 million, we can increase that over the next several years and eventually get caught up on our local roads. We certainly, it's a basic infrastructure issue. And what I really want to stress is that this saves us money in the long run. When you have to reconstruct a road, it is about 7 or 8 times what it would cost to simply resurface it at the right time. And so we need to get caught on that backlog, and once we get past that, then we'll be able to resurface versus reconstruct. That's obviously very much less disruptive to the neighborhood, but it's also a good fiscal investment. So changes to our proposed since the tentative budget. The general fund, there's about 14 million that is changed within that. Revenue increases have increased by about $1.8 million. As we do our carryover, our fund balance, that is also increased by 13 million. So again, we're asking for these to, all these, the changes here henceforth will be changes that we'd asked for increases. There's a reason for each one of them. They're ministerial in nature, grants change, different things over time, but these are ones that we'd ask for you to incorporate as part of your budget amendment. And the clerk, we did some reshuffling with the clerk in terms of duties and alignments between clerk finance and OMB. This is a result of some of the project accounting and work that they're doing to have separation of duties, and the clerk's going to take over some duties that were currently done by OMB. We had communication had a increase to a cost allocation and a reclassification of position, so things like that. Again, I'll just kind of put the slide up if you want to get us to go into any one of these specifically. Most of these I've talked to you about that are significant, like in this one, emergency services. These were adjustments to compensation in our 911 center.
Commissioner Peters has a question.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm good with the general fund, and maybe I'm asking this question too soon. My question, and I guess I am doing it the wrong place, so I can either wait, but mine is on the Pinellas Planning Council and why they are taking a 75% increase. Cities are getting windfalls, property values have gone up. Why does the Planning Council all of a sudden need a 75% increase in their millage?
So when we come, so I can go through the presentation, yes, and then I'll ask Whit to come up and address that.
Thank you, because I have really big concerns about that, as well as the cities that are doing the same kind of thing year after year when they've had huge windfalls. I have no doubt that their reserves are extremely high, so I have real concerns about that. And so thank you, and I knew it was.
Within our packet, there's
I apologize for being ahead of the game on
Yeah, no. There's a separate vote for the Planning Council. When we come to that, we can address that. Any other questions?
Commissioner Eggers.
Do we want to ask as we're going through this presentation, or do you want to wait till?
However you want.
Okay. And I did have, you made a comment a little bit ago about each percentage of reserves equals how much?
1.6 million.
I was looking at the thing that you all sent to us, and I just wanted to make sure I reconcile the two things sent from Chris about the 23 budget that talked about reserves above 15% is $45 million, and the reserves above 17%, if you're at the 17% level, is $30 million. So I'm just wanting to make sure how that $15 million for 2%, which comes out to about 7.5%.
So that doesn't equate to the 1% that I just.
It's 7.5%, not 1%, and I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
It's a great question. I'll let Chris come up and we'll try to answer that.
No, Commissioner, I immediately see your point as you say it. So could you give me a little time to work my staff real quick, and I'll figure out how we got to that. Okay. But it makes, your question is the right question.
Well, it goes to a question I'm going to ask in a little bit, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on that point. Thank you.
Give me just a moment, sir.
Also, it had increases within this budget that we're asking to incorporate, and that's $11 million for the CAD payment for the sheriff. And so we're excited about that project. You're briefed on that. And then general government, $2.6 million for various different changes that have occurred since the budget presentation. And the non-general fund changes, there's a variety. Some of these go back because like the 911 cost increases, those are split between the general fund and emergency medical services, the SHIP funds, pre-bank funds, some various changes like that. Oh, here's the 911 sign. Sorry, I had that in the wrong area. Again, each one of these are ministerial. We can certainly go through any of these, but these would be changes that have occurred since the budget presentation that we would ask to be incorporated within the budget. Now, there's one in here that I want to specifically point out, and that is with the utilities. If you recall, we had a presentation on utility fee changes, and there were two of those that were not in the tentative budget that we're recommending. We put these on hold for additional review. And then, are there any, Chris, are there any in here that were not in the tentative budget? Oh, that's right. And so we recommend and we want to incorporate that into the budget. It's a weekend turn-on rate. So right now, if you get turned off on Friday, you got to wait till Monday until you can get your water turned back on. And so we want to incorporate a fee that would cover the overtime cost associated with somebody coming out on a weekend and turning the water back on. And so we've incorporated that into the schedule, but we want a fee that would specifically address that.
Commissioner Flowers?
Either have completely moved or still in the process of moving to those electronic water meter detector thingamabobbies. I'm sorry. Is there any way that if you can read that meter, then you should be able to cut it on or off sooner? I'm in support of the fee, but just for someone to wait until.
Well, we looked at, can we stop Friday cutoffs? Okay. And because of the volume, we simply can't. We'd have to have more people to do it sooner because they work by areas. So the people are up in this area, they're down here, so they move, okay? And that's what we've got the staffing for. I will tell you, we've gotten involved in a couple of these, and this isn't the first time they hear it on the Friday when they show up, okay? Right. They've been told repeatedly and in person, so I do feel for them, and that's the reason we wanted, okay, fine, you learn your lesson, and we'll come out and turn it back on, and we want a fee to associate with that. But the Friday cutoff is not the first time that they've heard that they haven't paid their bill.
Yeah, I understand that.
But we looked at it, could we just eliminate Friday cutoffs for that reason? And it really would be hard on us operationally to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Tentative budget includes 2 new fees that were proposed. Oh, okay, that's this second piece, okay. And then, so that concludes the budget presentation. So we have the second budget hearing that'll be on October 22nd, September 22nd. October 1st is the beginning of the fiscal year, and we will adopt the published budget on the county's website on October the 21st.
Are there any questions from the board, further questions from the board on this presentation? Commissioner Eggers.
Well, again, I'm trying to make sure I understand what's going on with this reserve. And again, maybe we just go ahead and have the conversation. For me, it goes back a couple of years when we increased taxes going into the pandemic, and we had a reason for doing that. And I you know, though we didn't applaud the reason, we understood it, and we built up our reserves. Barry did a great job of cutting costs back. And we built up these reserves in anticipation of a real downturn in the economy. I argued this point last year during the budget, and again, I'm trying to find ways to give us a full rollback where we don't have any tax increases. And I've just been trying to find alternatives. And when I first started having this discussion, we had reserves, and I asked several times what they were going into this budget year, and it was going to be 23 to 24%. Of course, now I get something that tells me we're going to be at 21%. Nonetheless, trying to figure out ways to come up with the money for this coming year. This 10-year program that we're talking about is a 10 years of 1 year at a time, because each year that millage rate's going. It's not like the penny for Pinellas, which has got a 10-year approval. So we're going to be looking at this every year, and I wonder whether we could get $18.3 million in next year anyway with all of the demands on contractors. But nonetheless, looking at an alternative of using the excess reserves that we have to pay for this first year, and then, from what I'm understanding, from what you said, we'd have a full rollback on the millage rate this year, which in a sense says no tax increases for our residents. And we did give a partial rollback last year, and a full rollback this year would make that statement, I think, profound. In that, if you talk to people, and I know it's in many cases it's symbolic, in some cases it's real, but the number one issue facing everybody is inflationary pressures, cost increases. People that have been on the edge are now below the edge, and every little bit matters. And so I'm just saying that if we can send a signal of support, of no tax increases this year, I think it's good. It also is real for those people that are right on the edge. And so what I was trying to come up with is the 18 million, although, like I said, I don't think we'll get 18 million in next year, but if we did, it'd be about 2 to 2.5% mills, the way I was figuring it from the information I was given. Now, if it's only 1.7 million, obviously that's getting me like 5 million of the 18, so it's a lot different story. But and it still gets us, in my original thinking, at 21%. But now with the new numbers, it drops me down to about a 19%, 18.5% rate for reserves, and I think that's plenty high for what we need, especially with the forecast going forward of that going up even higher over the next few years. So I was hoping to have that kind of conversation, but I'd certainly like to know whether I'm talking about 15 to 16 million, or am I talking about 5 or 6 million? So.
Well, you are talking that the amount above the 30 or the 17% is $30 million. Okay, so in real dollars, that's
that's what I was trying to understand.
Chris, correct me, and that was on that. So we have about $30 million above that.
Above the 17.
Above the 17.
Yeah. So it would get us to about 18.
So you could take the 18 out. My only concern, obviously, and this is for the commission, and I'll step back, for your debate. But the issue is we need that 18. We actually need 36 for 9 years to get us caught up. So it's a recurring amount, and that's only one-time money. And so
it comes at a time, Barry, also that we, like as you said before, that we're inundating, in a good way, the use of our penny funds for infrastructure. And that's a good thing. I think the conversation in a few years is going to be, does that next penny really go even more so to the infrastructure? But that's a conversation for another time. So anyway, that's kind of what I was thinking. And so, Chris, I don't know what you found. So
Commissioners, everything that's on the page is correct. I was doubting myself, so I see what it is. The 15% and the 17% are of the whole budget. The 1.6 million is 1% of just the reserves. Oh. So, yeah. So I may not have answered the question that you were really asking, though. So
well, I understand the number. So the real number is the actual number, which is 30 million for the purposes
above
of your
the 17%.
That's correct.
So if you're talking about 18 million, if that's again, that would get us somewhere around probably 18.5 or 19%. Yes? No?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, that was my thinking, and so thank you for either confirming or clarifying. I'm not sure, but it does get to the point of using our reserves for this first year, and that's kind of what I was getting at. So thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Eggers?
No, I mean, that was the essence of what I was trying to get done for this year. Thank you.
Okay.
On the question, Barry, I'm sorry.
All right.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Do we have, these are specific questions to the budget, Barry, not the one we just had. One of the things that we've been talking about for quite a while now on MPO is our service, our intercoastal waterway service that we brought up a year ago during the budget, and at that time it was let's work on it this year. We're not let's not do it now. And so I guess my question is, and I think they were looking for $200,000 for at least a 3-year commitment. Is there any money in this budget as we go forward and we want to consider that? Is there any money in this budget to implement that I mean, we've had talks all day long about St. Petersburg to Tampa ferry, and I just don't know that we've had as much about this conversation.
Well, at a staff level, we've had a lot of conversation about that, but we do not have a recommendation for you at that time. Okay, again, without getting into specifics, there's no real plan. It's heavily weighted for the county to pick up the cost, and I think there should be a better, fair discussion about who's participating in that and writing it. So we haven't come to a conclusion, so we haven't brought a recommendation to you.
So my question is, if we, during the year, this commission has that kind of conversation, and we want to move forward with it, finding $200,000 in the budget doable?
It would take 3 years for you to get the boats in, so, it would be for future budgets.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we can, my understanding was we needed 200 this year, so that's what my understanding was.
I think we did have the discussions. I wasn't prepared to bring a recommendation to you during this budget. I mean, if we have a fruitful discussion and the commission decides to go that way, then we'll have to come back to you with how to fund it.
Okay. And one final question. I've talked several times to the executive director of Neighborly Services. They provide services, obviously. You're familiar with that. I think we're funding them on the meals, the Meals on Wheels program. But there's also another program that was asked for in April. It was a different piece. So I was wondering if somebody could just help me with what we have provided for Neighborly this year and what we didn't provide or didn't decide to move it. So they've had some asks, and I want to make sure I'm clear on what those are.
Do you know what it was through?
Yeah, it was through the grant funding in April that we do for...
Oh, okay, so this was the social action funding grant.
Yeah.
There's a recommendation that's coming to you, I think, next month, or maybe later this month. Was 22nd? Okay. So the committees have met, and they have a series of recommendations on the allocation of those funds.
Okay, so we'll have that discussion before the final budget.
Yeah, you'll have it, no, let's see, when's this,
Budget hearings,
22nd?
yeah.
It'll be the same night. It'll be the daytime portion of the meeting,
Then
you'll
we'll have
have
the
the final budget that night.
Okay, great. So we can...
But again, that one, it shouldn't change the budget, because you have, by policy, you've set the budget.
Total dollars.
The total dollars.
Okay.
It's a question of how you're going to allocate the funds within those dollars.
And so we'll have that discussion in the afternoon.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't have any particular question at the moment, but I do have a couple comments that I wanted to make with regard to the overall budget and the way in which it has been prepared for this year. Barry, are you listening?
I'm trying to get Chris to come over here, so yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm trying, it's multitasking, okay?
Okay, that's fine. We all do that all the time. But mostly my comments were for you and your staff, Chris, so I hope you're listening too while you're wandering around. I really have been remarkably impressed by the way in which we all work so hard all year long to prepare our budget every year and how methodically and thoughtfully we work at it and tweak it and move it around and take dollars from here and put them over here. And, we did have a lengthy discussion about the reserves and the recommendation that we needed just a little bit more money in there for the unexpected, whatever. And I cannot help but remember back to our last major storm when we did not get a direct hit, but we had an overwhelming amount of debris everywhere. And it just wasn't in our county. It was all over the region. And local governments and the counties were really, really struggling because guess what happened? All our contractors picked up and went south because they could get more money down there, and we were really left holding the bag. I also remember how much money we had to take to pay for it before we could get reimbursed, and it took years if we have finally gotten all that money back. So one of the things I'm making believe, I'm honing Commissioner Seal now, saying, be careful, because when you start saying, well, maybe we can pay for this through our reserves, take the money from there just for this year, that's dangerous, in my opinion, because we have no idea what the future holds. And we have a major responsibility to our citizens to promote public health and safety. And I know right within my own neighborhood, we had piles and piles of debris that was there for so long, it was becoming inhabited by snakes and all kinds of creatures that you wouldn't want in your backyard. And it was dangerous. And so I am not in favor of taking dollars out of reserves to pay for what we already have settled on is a very thoughtful, deliberate budget that we all have had input in. And I want to extend a grateful and heartfelt thanks to your staff, because I am not the numbers person, but I work hard to try and make sure I do my part to understand it and be thoughtful about how I'm approaching it. And I do trust that that's what you were hired to do, is to be the guardian of our public checkbook. You too, Barry. So, and we're all that guardian. And so I'm very proud of the work that we have done, and I'm not in favor of taking money out of reserves. And I'm very proud of the fact that we're giving money back to our citizens. Grant you, it's not tons of money, but to Commissioner Eggers' point, it's meaningful to an awful lot of people. You know, the flip side of that, and to address some of Commissioner Eggers' comments, we cannot control what's going on around us. And some of the expenses that we are being faced with are not anything that we can have impact on, because it is what it is. It's the way the economy is flowing, and you try to get a contractor to do something, and all of a sudden what used to cost $100 is now costing $300 to $500, and on it goes on almost everything. So that's all I wanted to say, but I felt it was important to recognize the people that have put all this hard work in. Look at this thing. I mean, yeah, this is like a real brain drain. At least it is for me. So, yeah, I just felt I needed to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just a comment, and thank you, Commissioner Long, for your comments. And again, there's a discussion to be had about what reserves we have, and I think that's a conversation that we're going to have in the coming months, I'm presuming. There's also another conversation to have about what that minimum level should be, whether it's 15%, 17%, 19%, because as far as I know, the storms that we've had in the last 3 years or 4 years are going to be the same storms that we have this year, possibly, or next year, or the following year. So if the concern is that the storm levels are getting higher and that we have to consider having higher reserves, then that's a conversation as well. I'm basing it on conversation that I had with the outgoing finance director that said you might want to think about moving in that to 16.5% level, 17 at the high end. And it was just his thought process that he was going through. So I have a lot of respect for him and the conversations that we've had here also. So I'm aware of what you're saying, and I don't disagree. We just happen to be, well, in my conversation initially at 23, 24%. Now we're at 21% or 22, whatever it is. And so, and knowing that number is it's forecasted to be growing, I just thought that would be a way to do both, to make that statement to our citizens and still stay significantly above 15 and even above the 16 and 17. So, but you're right, the conversation about reserve levels and where all the reserves are need to be had.
Further questions at this time? We will now continue this public hearing as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTU levies as previously referenced by taking public comment from citizens who wish to be heard regarding our FY23 budget. Do I have all the blue cards for public comment? We have one public commenter, Joanne Kennedy from Indian Rocks Beach. Please come forward. Introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Who's Joanne?
I hope I don't break something on this side of the table. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Chairman Justice and Vice Chair Long, Commissioner Seal, Commissioner Gerard, Commissioner Peters, Commissioner Flowers. It's already 3 minutes. I said doing that. Great. I can't wait. I can't wait for Professor K to see me, and I've already screwed up. So there you go. I am Cookie Kennedy. I am a student at St. Pete College, and I am finally finishing my degree in public policy and public administration. And I'm sure my professor thinks you kind of did this backwards, okay? Because you're the mayor, and now you're in school, but that's kind of been what I've done my whole life. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of all of you concerning Agenda Item 22-1408A, a resolution adopting the tentative millage rate. I have compiled facts, looked at previous rates for the county, and spoken to commissioners, and if I haven't spoken to you yet, I will get to you before I have to do my video for my class. And I also spoke to Chris Rose, your Director of Management, who and Budget was lovely and helped me very much to acquire a complete picture of the millage rate for Pinellas County for 2023. One of the things that, as a local elected official, and I know that several of you have been at the local level, it is crystal clear every one of you cares about the quality of life and public health and safety concerning our residents of Pinellas County. And I want to say that our residents should be thankful for all of you because you really work hard at your job. The priorities all of you balance and are incredible, and there are enormous initiatives this year. There are infrastructure upgrades, including stormwater, sewer, and flooding, and clean water, to name a few. As a student and a resident and a mayor of a small city in Pinellas County, I agree with your new millage rate being proposed of 4.6365 for fiscal year 2023. And keeping with the reserve threshold, the proposed millage rate would continue an appropriate reserve percent of revenue at 21%. In my conversation with Chairman Justice, he acknowledged this is a first time in 35 years the millage has been lowered 2 years in a row. Pinellas County residents will receive savings when they could use it. This is a win for Pinellas County staff and the commission and the residents, while still being able to deliver all the services needed for the community. Chairman Justice also gave me a few I call fun facts. Pinellas County maintains 147 bridges, and he told me 6 are in my city, and that is not true. You resurfaced 77 miles of roadway, treated 10 billion gallons of wastewater, and produced 7 billion gallons of reclaimed water. There were 788 EMS calls a day, and the county repaved 27,000 feet of sidewalks, all in 1 year. So I think that you are to be applauded for all of that. And being a catalyst, working together with all the departments and a staff of 2,200 employees, commissioners, all the agencies, which I also serve on one of your agencies, Ford Pinellas, and architecting the budget and infrastructure needs is no small task. So a shout out to Barry Burton, our county administrator. And the last thing I would like to express is that I am grateful for all of you and your staff and the investment that you put into Pinellas County, and for taking the time out of your schedules to speak to me, because I know I'm very long-winded, and to get me off the phone, I'm sure you said, oh brother, look who just is calling me. So thank you for talking to me. It is apparent you are all doing the absolute best of your ability to make good and sound decisions. Your choices impact the quality of life, public health, safety, and welfare of our residents, whether they are children or seniors or have special circumstances, and all the residents in between. And I think it's an incredible responsibility, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you go, Commissioner Peters had a question or comment.
Sorry. Thank you for coming. It's great to see you. It was wonderful to have a conversation with you. First off, I want to thank you for your public service. This is not your first round. You've done it before, and then you came back to serve again, and so I thank you for your service. I love local government. It's at my heart, you know that. And I think you are a great model and example by going back to school and finishing your degree. I'm one that got my degree later, so we're part of a club. And I'm really proud of you, and I think you're a great example. But before you go, there's something I want to clarify. I'm not saying that that something you said wasn't right. I just want to clarify. You had said that we were going to, the taxpayers were going to save a lot of money. Now, what we have done in the last 2 years, which, by the way, I'm really pleased with what we've done. I didn't agree with, during the recession, raising taxes to put in our bank account to take away from our citizens when we were going through a really bad recession. But in the last 2 years, I think we have done a really good job at balancing that out, adjusting our reserves, but still keeping infrastructure, which is one of our core functions of government, at the forefront. So I'm really proud of that. So the only reason I wanted to clarify it is because you said that we were going to save the, let me make sure I wrote this down, and my comment to clarify is that we're not, it's not a savings. We haven't not raised taxes. We did raise taxes. We would be raising taxes this year, and we did raise taxes last year. What we didn't do is keep the millage the same and raise as much money as we could have. So we didn't give the taxpayers a savings because we never, even if we went to the rollback rate, we would have collected the same amount, and we never did go to the rollback rate. We just lowered our millage. We never went to the rollback rate, and the rollback rate wouldn't have saved the money. We would have had to go below the rollback rate to actually have a tax cut. And so when you said that we're saving the money, we're still raising taxes. I just want to make that clear. We're still raising taxes. We did last year. We did this year. We rolled back the millage rate to a lower rate, which I'm proud of, and this year and last year. But I just wanted to clarify, I don't want somebody to hear your comments saying that we saved people money. We saved them money if we would have kept the millage rate the same. We saved them money, but in fact, we're still raising taxes. So I just wanted that clarification. I know it's splitting hairs.
No, and I agree with you. I think where I was coming from, and I should have clarified that, and I will in my video, is I was talking about the per household and what would be coming off, and I think it was having to do with the estimate was 100, and I want to say it was $147 for a home that had was 300,000. They would actually. It was $147.
Yeah, and that's only based on our what we are rollbacking, but we're still not going to what we were last year. So I just wanted that clarification if anyone was watching.
No, I understand.
So,
but thank you for
other than
telling me that.
I think you're an outstanding public servant. I thank you for your service and thank you for coming, and good luck with the rest of your.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being here. At this time, we will take public comment from those who have pre-registered online.
Mr. Chair, there are no individuals who pre-registered to speak on the tentative FY23 millage rates and budgets.
All right. Before we move to the next item, I'd like to just stand in informal recess for about 5 minutes, if we could. We'll come back to order. Commissioners, now that we have heard all public comment from citizens, does any member of the board recommend any changes to these tentative millage rates or tentative budgets? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, I did recommend a change in the millage rate. I didn't get a whole lot of support here, but I did recommend a change in the general fund millage rate.
Now that we have received all public comment, the board must now consider the resolutions to set the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets.
I never got my questions answered about the planning council.
We're coming to that.
Just
So
to
we're
be
gonna,
sure.
we're gonna pull, we're gonna pull the planning council off to be a separate discussion item.
Now that we've received all public comment, the board must now consider the resolutions to set the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets. As stated earlier, we will adopt the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets in the following sections. 1, BCC countywide, to include the general fund and health department, and 2, dependent special districts and MSTUs. The resolutions adopting the millages and budgets for the dependent special districts and MSTUs require a unanimous vote. If a unanimous vote is not received, we will need to adopt each of these separately. These resolutions adopt the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets. The resolutions for adopting the final millage rates and final budgets are scheduled for the next public hearing, Thursday, September 22nd, 2022, at 6 p.m. I will now ask the county administrator to proceed with the readings and for communications to display Schedule A that will be referenced during the readings and votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll announce each resolution separately for the board's action. Per Florida statutes, the board will vote on the tentative millage first and then the tentative budget for each taxing authority. We will start with the consideration of the Pinellas County General Fund millage. For the general fund, I recommend adoption of a millage levy of 4.7398, which reflects an aggregate 3.81% increase over the rollback rate of 4.5660.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage? Motion by Commissioner Flower, second by Commissioner Long. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 6-1.
For the Health Department, I recommend a adoption of a millage rate of 0.0790, which reflects a 12.06% increase over the rollback rate of 0.0705.
I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage. Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously.
If I could interrupt for a moment, back on the general fund, I believe we may have adopted the millage, but not the tentative budget.
You're correct. So we did adopt the millage and we moved on, so we can, if we can go back to that.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative budget? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor say aye.
Just for clarification, I want to be clarified, and you have pulled out that planning council, and we're not talking about this in this part.
We're not, that's under the next item, dependent special districts.
I just want to be clear, because we're moving a little quickly, and it's different, feels different than last time.
This is the general fund, that'll be under one of the dependent districts.
Thank you.
Did you get the motion in second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Show it passes 6-1.
For the Health Department, did we get a vote on the Health Department millage?
Yes.
The millage, but not the budget.
Okay,
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative budget? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. We'll now, oh, that's yours,
We will now
Mr. Commissioner.
consider the tentative millage rate and tentative budgets of the dependent special districts and MSTU. I recommend adoption of tentative millage rates for the dependent special districts and MSTUs as outlined, as detailed in Schedule A, which is in your paper handout and being displayed, and as was previously posted to the county website.
May I have a motion to pull out the millage and budget for Forward Pinellas? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor?
Pinellas Planning Council, right? Yeah.
Correct, I'm sorry. Pinellas Planning Council, PPC. I was using their DBA. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Show it passes unanimously. May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millages? Pinellas Planning Council notwithstanding. Pinellas Planning Council notwithstanding. We just did. We just pulled it out, so it is separate. We have a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Gerard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously.
Now tentative budgets. I recommend the approval of the tentative budgets.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative budgets? Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Excluding the PPC, not the DBA. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. We'll now move to the Pinellas Planning Council. Mr. Administrator.
I recommend adoption of the tentative millage levy of 0.0235, which reflects a 75.37% increase over the rollback rate of 0.0134.
Would now be the opportunity for Mr. Blanton to come forward?
It would.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Whit Blanton, Ford Pinellas, the Pinellas Planning Council. In 2015, I was hired. We had just merged the Metropolitan Planning Organization and the Pinellas Planning Council, and it was about a year later that we created Ford Pinellas as the brand identity. I wanted to address the reason that we're having a recommended millage increase of this magnitude, and that is in fiscal year 2017, when we were just forming and just 1 year into the merger, we had a very high unassigned fund balance. And we were still figuring out how to work as an integrated agency dealing with transportation and land use countywide. So I recommended, and this board approved, or the Board of County Commissioners at the time approved, a millage reduction beyond the rollback rate at that time. And the direction from our board was to spend down our high unassigned fund balance. We had 4 years of interim executive directors, so there wasn't a lot of activity that was going on. And then with the merger, there was a lot we needed to figure out in terms of how we serve the community and function effectively to bring transportation dollars to this county and ensure organized, coordinated redevelopment and land use decision-making. I think we've been a victim of our own success because we have dramatically increased our profile, the work that we've done, and the support from our local government communities in that time. And that's led to a lot more technical assistance requests, a lot more support from the community, and really a lot more needs that we have continued to fulfill. We have spent down that unassigned fund balance, but much like your gas tax here in the county, we have a structural imbalance. And for the last several years, we've been thinking about small increases in the millage. But in 2019, there was discussions of potentially moving forward with a sales tax. So at that time, we didn't consider it. In 2020, we had the pandemic. 2021, we had the after effects of the pandemic. And then last year, we were going to bring a millage increase to you of some modest size. And we were recommended not to do that at that time. So I listened to that advice, and we didn't. But it doesn't change the fact that we still have the structural imbalance, and we do not have a balanced budget. And we have relied historically on carryover funds to make everything whole. Those carryover funds are gone, and they will be gone this year, which would prevent us from having salary increases commensurate with the rest of the unified personnel system, a dramatic reduction in the service that we provide to our local government partners, and it would really change the trajectory of this organization in terms of the service to the county. So I reluctantly come to you today with a recommendation that we adjust the millage increase. We do have an alternate proposal that would be a lower increase if you'd like to entertain that discussion as well.
Can you tell us what those are in actual dollars?
Sure.
So it's want me to do it, or you want to?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent.
I can't read anything without these things. So at the 0.0235 ad valorem, that would be $7.05 for a typical $300,000 valued home in Pinellas County. That would be the annual cost. At a proposed reduction in the increase would be, an alternate increase would be at 212, and that difference would be about 70 cents for that same $300,000. So that would be an increase of a little over $2 from our current millage today for that $300,000 house.
Commissioner Peters.
Okay, so you said a different number, a 021, you didn't say the 0134. And what I'm interested is, we've got your taxable value here, but we don't know what your total budget is. We don't know what you're looking for as an increase and how much that is. I just have this the 75% increase. And so I need a little help with this. And I'm sorry you didn't reach out to us sooner. I know I let Barry know before I left the country that I was concerned about this. So I'm sorry that didn't get translated to you and we didn't have a conversation.
I think we've got a meeting next week or something.
Well, yeah, okay. So I don't know what your budget is currently. I don't serve on, never have served on, even when I was mayor, never served on your committees. And so I don't know what your budget is, don't know what you're looking to increase it to. Have a lot of questions. I watched our property increases go incredibly high, and cities in our county, 2 years ago, we collected a whole lot of money without any line item costs. I don't know what your history is because we haven't had a conversation about this, I don't think ever, in the 4 years that I've been in office. So, and so I have a lot of questions. And I have real concerns that you would come to us today during a time of uncertainty in the economy with the inflation the way it is, looking for a 75% increase. I have real concerns about that. So, and I'm sorry, next week we'll have a conversation and I hope we can really dive in and I'll feel better at the second one, but there's no way I can support this at this time unless you can really help me understand the numbers in this short time right now.
Sure. And certainly would welcome any support from Chris Rose if that's possible. I don't have all my numbers right in front of me. In general, we have, for the PPC, that's property tax funded. And then for the MPO, it's fully funded by grants. So kind of take that apart. Overall, my budget is about $4 million for the overall agency. So roughly half of that, a little less than half, is millage budget. And so we're talking really about $2 million for that.
Okay, and cities that are part of the Planning Council don't contribute at all?
They do not. The only way that cities contribute is when there is a special project. And for instance, there is a safety study we're doing for Treasure Island and St. Pete Beach. They're fully paying for that. There are other studies where it's sometimes a 50-50 partnership or there's skin in the game. When it's a project that is of countywide significance, like right now we are doing the Target Employment Industrial Land Study countywide, we pay for that. We don't go to each individual city and say contribute to this study because that's what they support us through the ad valorem revenue.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
So again, I did reduce taxes in 2017 when we did not need that revenue. The board reaffirmed when we voted for this budget that at that time, that was anticipated to be a temporary reduction while we got our house in order and went forward with this newly merged organization. And there was an understanding even at that time that that was not a sustainable budget. But we had this 4-year period where we had interim executive directors and we had this money built up, so we thought it was wise to return that to the taxpayers.
Okay, and I get that and I understand that and I support that. But property values have exponentially increased over the last, since we got out of the recession in 2000, took us 5 years, so let's say 2013. But in the last 3 years, who would have thought during COVID that our property values would exponentially increase? And so even staying at your own rate, you're getting a huge increase, staying at the same rate based on the property values. Property values will be up again next year. And so that's why I'm questioning the 75%.
Yeah, and to that point, our base is very small. So those same levels of increases equate to a much different amount than it does for any local government or the county or anything.
Okay, and that's where we have to sit down and crunch the numbers.
We are at about 9% right now of our maximum millage rate. So we have a very low millage rate overall, and the base of $2 million, it just doesn't generate that much revenue to see. I think the difference between the assumption of around 6.8% of property value increase to the 13 that it ended up being resulted in about a $30,000 increase to our budget. So it's not significant enough to change the dynamic of this
Okay.
structural imbalance.
And again, we're going to have to sit down and crunch the numbers on that. And you said that your max, you have a cap, there's a cap for,
There's cap for, as far
And
as
the
I know,
cap
all
is-
of the millages, yes.
do you, and, well,
We're not near that.
and the cap is what?
I don't even know. I just know we're at 9% of that cap. I mean, we're,
So within
The
9%.
cap is .1666.
and our millage has fluctuated over the years. I went back and looked, at 2004, 2005, 2007, and in those years, we had much higher millage rate than we do now.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to look forward to our meeting.
Can you, that brings, the base question was, if you have a $2 million budget and you do nothing, and you say it's a $30,000 increase, if you do the first request, the .0235, what is that in real dollars? If we're talking about paying for an employee raise or anything, keeping the lights on kind of
Well,
thing?
essentially, what we're trying to do is make sure that we have a working fund, a working capital fund, that we can continue to provide technical assistance as things come up throughout the year. We don't sit on a large bank of reserves. And so it's that working capital fund that we're trying to make sure is there, because that's what has been used to balance the budget in the past. And if we continue down that path, we won't have any of that left. And that's kind of been the case since about 2018. So when I was talking about that $30,000, that was just the difference between 6.8 and 13.1.
Right. No, I was just trying to understand, if you got the millage rate you requested, you go from $2 million to 2.1 million,
Chris, you have those?
I was just trying to get an idea of the actual dollars.
The property taxes from 22 to 23, so this is a combination of the rate and the base, the property tax base, would go from 1.4 million to 2.4 million. So it's about $1 million total that is going up in property taxes. But as Whit said, it is eating into the reserves, and that's really the issue that we've been working with them on.
So with that, so at the full rate, you, in essence, are able to fully fund salary increases in vacant positions that they've held, and also be able to establish that fund. If you go to a modified rate, as he mentioned, of 0.0212, that enables you to cover salary increases and not do the fund. Is that in essence?
We would still have a little bit of a working capital fund. It wouldn't be as much. So we'd have to manage that, and we'd have to be judicious about what we take on with our local government partners, and potentially ask the local governments to step up and contribute more when they have those requests.
So the reason I mentioned this for the commission is you have a decision tonight, because if you raise it, if you go with the recommendation, that would require a unanimous vote from the commission, okay? If the modified amount, that would just require a supermajority.
Okay. Commissioner Gerard.
So what is your current millage rate?
It is,
0150.
thank you.
Sorry.
0.15.
Yeah, 0150.
Okay. Kept looking, I couldn't find it anywhere. So
Zero.
if you had the 0.212, would you still be taking money out of reserves?
A little bit, but it wouldn't be as dramatic. And again, we would still have that working capital fund, and we would just need to manage that. And it might mean that we would be back in a few years, I don't know, but we would try our best to manage that and prevent that from happening.
I think if you look at, if you have your budget book, if you look at K11, you'll see their budget, and the reserves are at the end of fiscal year 21.
Can you
zero.
lean a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, end of fiscal year 21 at 0, and with this proposed budget, they would be in the $621,000 reserve range. So it is true, this has been being spent down for the last 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Commissioner Eggers. I'm sorry, I thought you had a... Any other questions? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, thank you. No, to your point about the modified number, how does that change the program for next year? All your folks get recognized as all employees are getting recognized?
Yes. That would enable that to continue. And in terms of discretionary spending on planning projects that we do for the local governments, we'd either have to figure out a way to fund it through Metropolitan Planning Organization funds, which are, there's much narrow focus on how we can spend those funds. Definitely has to be on a transportation project, not a land use or redevelopment issue. Then we would have to also, again, just be more judicious, I think, and we always are, but really maybe asking local governments that if they want this done, we can't just agree to do it and use one of our consultants or use our staff. We would actually have to ask them to help pay for that. And again, I have no problem doing that because we have been doing that. A good example for that is the Gateway Master Plan, where we put $100,000 of our money in. Pinellas Park, Pinellas County, City of St. Petersburg, City of Largo all put $100,000 in, and then we had FDOT match it with $500,000. And that generated the Gateway Master Plan. So we work that way, and we're very comfortable working that way, but I can't do it with no money. I gotta have at least a little skin in the game. And that's why we settled on this alternate rate, which still gives us that ability, lets us pay the salaries, and keep our quality staff that we have. And it's similar to what you and I discussed, is maybe go slower instead of trying to solve it in 1 year.
Well, obviously, hindsight's 20/20. The responsible thing is not to raise it this year 75%. The responsible thing would have been to have more gradual increases over the last 5 or 6 years, which we fought against. And, you know, I probably was one of them fighting against it. Because this absolutely goes to the core of my distaste of a 75% increase in millage. I have the ultimate respect for what the organization does and what you and your staff are doing. So it's a real difficult issue for me to navigate. So I was kind of looking at that alternative millage, even that's about 50% increase, but at least it acknowledges that we're trying to be a little bit more judicious. And next year, as to what Commissioner Peters said, we're going to have another, well, we don't know for sure, but probably another good increase that will provide opportunities to perhaps narrow the gap that you not necessarily get this year. So I'm just wrestling through that in my own mind. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard.
Just a question about the vote. If it's 0212, does it still have to be unanimous, or is that
I think it's 5.
5?
Commissioner Seal, did you have another question?
Just a clarification. So the difference is $6.30 at the .0212 and $7.05?
That's about right.
Approximately at the higher millage. Okay.
Right.
So if you go with this millage at the .0212, what percentage increase is it? Is it 50%? I was just trying to do a calculation, but I didn't do it.
Didn't calculate it.
It's 58%. And again, it depends on the homesteaded value, obviously. We typically use a homesteaded value of 200, but we'll be off 100% of the time.
It is, if every house was equally valued, then all of this would make sense. But none of this, you can say, is applicable to every property in Pinellas County because it just doesn't exist that way.
That's correct.
There's one in Largo, I think. Any other questions? All right, commissioners, where we're at.
Good question. So we make a decision tonight to do the alternative rate. In the ensuing week or two, we can redress that.
Absolutely. You'll have a second crack at this at the second budget hearing, and so we'll present it as it comes out tonight, and then you can have the same discussion and do whatever you choose to do at that time.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, well, because of what Commissioner Eggers just said, so the modified rate that you're asking for, Mr. Blanton, is 0212 2, then I would like to make a motion that we accept the modified rate, move forward with the Planning Council forward Pinellas recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to adopt a tentative millage rate of .0212 for the Pinellas Planning Council, which is a 58% increase over the rollback rate.
That's correct.
Looking at my budget people, I'm looking at my attorneys, everyone's nodding their head. Further discussion, we have,
We'll be able to come back at the next meeting and redress this, because I like Commissioner Peters, I want to meet again with WIT, so.
Mr. Rose,
Forgive me. Once you vote a threshold, you cannot go back up. You can only stay at that lower rate. You can always go down, you cannot go up. I just want
All
to
right.
make sure that's clear to everybody.
everyone understand that? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. It's 4-3. So it does not
So that does
pass.
not pass.
So what's next? What do we do?
Can we
I
take,
just, since we have a second budget hearing and we do have meetings, all of us, I think, most scheduled with WIT, I would prefer to find out exactly what kind of reserves this is going to create, go back over the working program and really see, be all of us better prepared for the next meeting, which then we could make a judicious decision about the millage at that point.
yeah.
Because we also don't have,
All right, hold,
If you all wanted to
Let's hear from the
entertain
attorney.
the requests, you could, and I will just throw this out as a suggestion, you could pass the requested millage of the requested tentative millage of .0235 and still have the opportunity to reduce it at your
Correct.
second hearing, which I think is what Commissioner Steele was getting at, to 0.212.
or
0.235.
anything below
anything below.
.0235.
And just to recap, .0235 requires a unanimous vote of the board tonight or at the second hearing. 0.212 requires a supermajority, so 5 out of 7. And I don't know if we have a calculation of what a simple majority would be.
Commissioner Peters?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I went without your, I'm sorry. So we failed at where we are, and we can't go up from there. If we pick something, I think since we failed it here, we'd have to go to the next one low, which would be the simple majority. We can hear that again in the second hearing, just to confirm that I'm hearing you right. And then at the second hearing, if we want to lower it, we can lower it, but we can't raise it. But they'd have to come up with an alternative that is lower than what we just presented. Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
What
I was
this,
trying-
this, this hasn't passed, so.
No, and what I was trying to express is if you all would like to leave open the opportunity to pass the final budget at .0235, which is the 75% increase, if you would like that to remain as an option for your second hearing, then you would need to adopt that as the tentative millage this evening.
That would need a unanimous vote.
And it would have to be
If you want the ceiling to
unanimous.
be .0235, that takes 7 tonight,
Yeah.
and then we can reduce it later. If you want the .0212 to be the ceiling for next meeting,
Yes.
that would take 5 commissioners to vote for that.
Right,
And we
and
could,
we just
again,
failed it.
maintain that or reduce that at the next meeting.
Right, but we just failed the 012.
Right,
We
we're-
just failed it. So at this point, I think the only option we have, since we failed that one, would be to go lower.
Well, no, we haven't failed because we haven't ended the meeting. We haven't left here, so we could, someone could change their mind and go to a whole different number. So,
Well, for purposes of keeping all of our, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Long.
Since I made the motion, for purposes of keeping all of our options on the table for further discussion, once we all are thoroughly informed, I would like to amend my motion.
no, Make a new motion.
make a new motion to use the recommended 0.0235. That's the highest we could go, and then we come down from there. Did I say that right, Jewel?
Well, you are correct in that you could come down from there. You just can't go up from whatever you adopt as the tentative
Correct.
millage. Correct.
And I second that with the knowledge that I think we're going to have a more robust discussion.
Well, because
at
then
the
we'll all
next
be on the
meeting.
same page
Correct.
instead of some of us, okay.
We have a motion and a second to adopt a tentative millage rate of .0235.
So for clarification,
Commissioner Peters.
we are now voting to adopt a higher millage rate than the one we just failed.
Right.
That is the motion that's on the
So
floor.
that we have all our options on the table for when we come back fully informed.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I understand the maneuvering that's going on, and I don't have a problem at least having that on the floor for discussion for next time. I have had a lot of discussions with Whit. I want to dive into a couple specific things with him. And I have been on the board for a number of years, so I'm not in the same position that Commissioner Peters is. But I would support the motion so that we can keep all options open at the next meeting. But I think at least everybody is on an understanding that some of us are having issues. So, but at least going forward, it keeps the options.
It would be
open.
similar, it would be similar to how we do the general fund millage rate when we send out the trim notices, knowing that we're going to pass a lower millage rate.
And so I would support the motion, though, you know,
Right.
so.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It fails. It passes a vote of 6-1. Who wants to go next? Microphone, please.
Figure it out. I will make a motion to adopt a tentative millage of 0.210. Yes.
We have a motion?
Well, can we ask a question?
Sure.
I'm so sorry. What does that do for you, Whit? I mean, we're going to...
Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Flowers to adopt the tentative millage rate for the PPC of .0210,
Question
which is
what
an
is that?
increase of some percentage that I don't know. And that would require a 5 votes in the affirmative. Mr. Blanton, do you have any idea what that dollar amount is off the top of your head?
I do not off the top of my head, but I think it's reasonably close to what we did look at, and I don't think there's a material difference in the fund balance.
All right. We have a motion and a second to adopt a tentative millage of .0210 for Pinellas Planning Council. Commissioner Gerard.
Looking confused, just so we can pass something tonight, because we can't leave here without passing something.
I understand that, but it's nice to be able to know what the damage is going to be.
Well,
because
it's
from where I'm sitting right now, it's going to fall on the little cities who can...
That is 0.02 of a mil?
Yeah, my guess is it's going to
Probably
be
5 cents.
$20,000, $30,000 of an impact, which is, we can manage that.
He has sufficient reserves to absorb that.
Further questions? 5.
And this again would be...
Commissioner Eggers.
This again would be the maximum. And in discussions over the next couple of weeks, if we aren't supportive of this, we can move lower.
Yes.
Can always move lower. Further questions? Further questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. It passes 5-2.
Made a recommendation for the budget, for the tentative budget.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative budget? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Seal.
So is the tentative budget, though, that we're talking about related to the .235 millage versus the .210? So,
Mr. Rose.
So at the 0.210 millage rate that was just adopted, that would be a reduction from the proposed of $263,000. So it's a slight bit different. It is still within the reserves that he's got. He can do all of that, but it is a reduction of $263,000.
So you'll adopt the budget as modified by that amount?
Yes, sir.
So is that the recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can modify that. We'll bring back and realign it for the final budget.
Further questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. All right, I think that, all right. With that, unless the board members have further comments, this first public hearing of the fiscal year 23 budget is closed. Mr. Administrator.
Commissioners, please note that the county will advertise the budget summary and notice of tax increases in advance of the second public hearing in accordance with Florida statutes. This notice will be published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 18th. The second and final budget hearing will be on Thursday, September 22nd at 6 p.m.
Anything else for the good of the order? We are adjourned.